Hey, welcome everyone. It is almost the last days of the Tarot Readathon. So if you are joining, if you are part of the Readathon, please let me know in the chat what team you are representing and what you are reading. I am about halfway through The Abyss by Nicholas Binge. I'd show you, but even though the book's already out, I'm still reading the arc, and there was no cover on that particular arc. I am obsessed with Nicholas Binge. He always finds a way to break either my mind or my heart. I think this one might do both, in spite of it being a novella. But this is one for the prompt to read if something that seems like an interesting concept. And this is very much a conversation about capitalism and what we are feeding with our constant fight for increased productivity, but told through a Lovecraftian modern day workforce tale. So very intrigued by that. And one that I have been sitting on for a while because I know Nicholas Binge always impacts me pretty greatly. So I should finish that probably within the first sprint because it's pretty quick. And then I need to figure out what my next book is going to be. So let me know what you are reading tonight. Hello, hello. What are you doing tonight? Tell us. Hello, Cara. Team Pentacles, yes. And Our Perfect Storm by Carly Fortune. What prompt are you reading that for? I'm always very curious what cards folks draw during the readathon. Another Team Pentacles. It is a Team Pentacles chat today. Reading One of Us is Lying by Karen McNamara. Buddy, you were just getting into everything, dude. Go up there. Okay, or is that right here? Excellent. Pardon the menace over here. Oh, we have our first non-pentacles. Hello. Team Cups and reading Wild Reverence by Rebecca Ross. I feel like this one's been very popular this readathon this month. Buddy, come here, big guy. You're just getting in the way. But how are you enjoying it? I will say I had to stop and upload to be able to be here on time for you guys. I was like 75% done. I finally figured out some of the tech issues with this year's Tarot Ambiance, which is woefully late. So I had to cancel it. I've figured out what the issue was. But it'll go up while I'm sleeping tonight, so you should see it tomorrow. But it is the ambiance that we are going to use tonight. So you'll have to let me know what you think of it, because this one is very different from the others that I have previously done. Oh, for Wheel of Fortune. Cheeky little final end of month 3-card spread. I love this. See what you can manage to get out. I actually, I was about to hit a point where I was no longer accruing any vacation time, which happens to me more often than I would like. But basically, if I didn't take a day off before next Friday, I was going to lose 3 hours of accrual. And the only day that I could take next week was Monday. So I get a 3-day weekend to try to earn a couple of extra points for Team Pentacles. I'm very excited about it. Enjoying it. I've got 200 pages left and trying to finish before Wednesday, before you leave for vacation. I love this. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Team Cups reading Children of Time. Oh, my space fighters. Are you having the best time with Children of Time? I need to revisit that series. I need to go back and pick up book 2 because I just truly loved book 1, and I have not had a chance to read Memetics Division, but every single person that I know who has read it has been obsessed with it, so it has been high on my TBR for a while. I think the book that I kind of want to pick up next is, and I have it on audio, or at least I want it to definitely be my next audio read, is The Palaces of Crows. The Palaces of the Crow. Palaces of Crow. I really enjoyed Ray Naylor's debut. Didn't read his second one, but Eunice Wong, who is his narrator, said that this is one of her favorite books that she's ever narrated. So very excited about that. But oh, tell me you're having the best time with Children of Time and my baby Portia. Like I genuinely want to adopt. I want to have a jumping spider just so that I can name her Portia and relive all of the feels that I had while reading Children of Time the first time. Black Cat has also been a menace. It's too hot for cuddles. But here's the thing with Ohan, who is on the other side of the room just staring at me. He always wants cuddles, but he is never settled down for them. So like he'll just roam about and then demand attention, but won't settle in for the attention. And then it just becomes this like lesson in frustration. So he's getting antsy this time of the evening. Hey, Team Pentacles. Hey, Erin. Getting starships tonight for your double points. Yes. Get it done. Isn't it so cool? I really like this cover. It's so neat. Let me see if I can pull up the cover for the book that I'm actually reading right now. But if you've never read Nicholas Binge, like highly recommend Nicholas Binge. He is an absolute auto-buy author for me. After the first book, after his debut, I was like, yes, I will be purchasing every single thing that you ever write, sir. So this is the one that I'm actively reading right now. So if you can see the Eldritch Horror in the office building, and it's blurbed by Stephen King. Well, this is actually his like praise for Ascension, which was the first book that he came out with, which was old school creepy 5-star horror. I'm hoping to have as good a time as I normally do with my buddy Nicholas Binge, and he has a new book coming out in October that I'm really hyped about. That one is called Exhumation. So all of his books are one-word titles. He's got Ascension, Dissolution, Extremity, Abyss, and now Exhumation. So, but hopefully everybody's having a lovely weekend. I think that we should just jump into a cheeky first sprint, maybe like a short one to ease ourselves into the evening. How does that sound for you guys? Because I have no idea how many sprints I'm going to do tonight. I'm locked in until I start getting sleepy. I want to get some pages read with you guys. So ready to lock in. Hello, Sarah. Team Swords and finishing the tandem read for wow, Throne of Glass. That took me way longer than it needed to get to Throne of Glass. I am so sorry. But yeah, that's some chunks for Team Swords. Love this. So what do we think? Cheeky little like 45 to start out with? Or do we want to chit chat for a little bit more? I think we just met the Eldritch Horror in my book. So that's why I'm like, oh, I could read now. I could super read now. I think we've met the creature. It's about to get interesting. Sounds good to me. 45 is perfect. I love this. So 45. We're going to read to the 00, which is a little bit more than 45, I want to say. Do I have one into the 50s? No. Hold on. Okay, we're going to do this. There we go. Okay. So we will be back at the 55. Again, I'm gonna play the next tarot ambience that will be uploaded onto my channel hopefully by the morning, now that I've got all the weird Wi-Fi issues worked out. But let me know afterwards if you love it or hate it, or if you just want to go back to some of the more visual ones after this sprint. Okay, see you on the other side, guys. Mhm. Welcome back, guys. How was that sprint for you? What did you read? Did you get some pages down? Did you like the ambiance? It's brand new. I finished my novella. And once again, Nicholas Bench just does something to me. Like, that was such an interesting look at the almost spiritual implications of productivity culture. Like, what is it doing to us as people, as a society, and what are we losing? But all told through the lens of an eldritch horror in the workplace. Fascinating. Loved it. I cannot wait for his next novel that comes out later this year. If you've never read Nicholas Binge, I think that you are missing out. This homeboy really can take my brain and just crumple it up like a tin can. So I now need to figure out what I'm going to read next. Which, let's see what my last prompt of this 3-card spread is. Let's see. So that one was to read a book with a particularly unique concept or premise. So that was my Nicholas Binge. So my last prompt for this 3-card spread is to read a book that I think will move me or make me emotional. So am taking suggestions. I cry easy. I get emotional in books easy because I'd rather be emotional about a book than emotional about my own life. I don't think I'm alone in that sentiment, but yeah, so I need to figure out what that one's gonna be. But considering what Eunice told me about the Palaces of Crows, I think that one could very much qualify if I want to do something purely audio right now. We'll see. We'll see. I'm glad you enjoyed. It's the first time I've just like straight filmed all of the ambiance. Hey, Liz. Hey to everyone from Liz. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. What are you reading, guys? We had some new folks joining us. Productivity for sprint for you. Unfortunately, no reading done, but still. Hey, that was just the first one. So we can hopefully get you some reading in the next sprint, or you can continue to be productive. So I think that either way, it's a good time. But hopefully you'll be able to enjoy something. Thank you. So that was actually with the Agatha All Along deck. It was the full deck that they made after the set designer crafted just the cards for the tarot scene in Agatha All Along. So that's the deck that I've been using specifically for the readathon this year. And that spread specifically is the spread from Agatha All Along. So it's not intended to be like a reading for anyone. And trying to keep it to just that existing spread, I felt would kind of strike a nice balance. But it was fun to set it up and to record it, and I just need my internet to let me upload it. 42 pages into Starships. 42. Perfect number. It's the perfect number. Easy read so far, but I'm undecided enough if you're joining it or not yet. Yeah, that happens though. I definitely have those moments where I'm like, you know what? I can't tell if I like it or not. Only time will tell. I hope you start enjoying it, Erin. Thank you. Reading Scandal of the Summer by Alexander Vasti. I hope you're enjoying, Liz. Hey, Remy. Didn't get any reading done yesterday, but still be reading The Red Winter. Oh, I'm sorry you've been down. I hope that you're feeling better, both physically and mentally, and that you can enjoy some reading, or just something else that you enjoy. So feed into yourself. You know, on Thursday, before I jumped into Sprints of Deja, I went and had a Reiki session. I just needed to feed into myself a little bit. I have 2 sprints of Empire of Storms to go, and then probably another 2 to finish Tower of Dawn. I believe in you. You can do this. And hey, we might be able to knock out 4 sprints for you tonight. We shall see. We'll see how long my body holds out. I believe in us. 100 pages into Children of Time, my babies. Are you having the best time? Please tell me you're having the best time. I loved that book. I really need to pick up the next one. I just don't know if it's going to make me emotional. So I don't know if it's going to be the right fit this time. Oh, hon? There's a cat crying, and I can't tell if it's my cat inside or cat outside. Sorry. 10% of your book left. Should I start Wayward or Lightbreaker next? Ooh, I have not read either of these. So what does the crowd think tonight? I think it's outside. I think the cat I'm hearing is outside. Yeah, I moved the curtain and it stopped. Sorry. Hey, so I was reading Abyss by Nicholas Binge, which, apologies, my copy is an ARC, so it didn't have the cover on it. But this was what I was reading. And this is a novella about 160 pages. If you've never read Nicholas Binge, I highly, highly, highly recommend Nicholas Binge. But I finished it with like 3 minutes to spare on the sprint. So now I have to figure out what else I'm reading. And it just needs to be a book that I think is going to make me emotional. So right now I have The Palaces of Crow on the list. I'm trying to think of what else might fit the bill. Maybe the second book in the Lady Astronaut series. I think that one could make me emotional, and I've been dying to get back into that one recently because I'm obsessed with Mary Robinette Kowal as a human. Also, Rumor Has It, which is the last book in the Disco Space Opera series by Kat Rambo. So those 3 are kind of high contenders. But open to suggestions on books you think might make me emotional. I'm not sure that I have anything over here, like in my immediate stack, that would get me. But yeah, those are the ones I'm kind of looking at right now. Oh, we have a vote for Lightbreaker, sorry. I read the new Anne Patchett Whistler. It made me very emotional. It was just so good. I've heard nothing but good things about the new Anne Patchett. My friends who own the bookstore cannot keep it in stock. It just keeps going and going and going. No, it is not one with a modifier. I don't believe. Let me double check. Oh, hold on. I think I need to look at it here. Let's see. Let me see if it's one with a modifier. That is a good question. It's definitely not my double point book because I've already done that for this 3-card spread. This one would be, which book are you? Oh, actually, this is the one that I could swap out for. No, it's not. Never mind. It is not. Because that's the one that I just finished. So this was in my first position, which means that this is that I could match something from the card's imagery to the cover of my book. So that's the alt for this. But my card's just Patty LaPone. Just Patty LaPone in front of a door with a nice little scarf and a glass of wine. So I don't know that I'm really going to be able to find something that kind of gives me the same vibe, or if I just want to go ahead and go with one that makes me emotional. But the one that I just finished was The Magician, and my double point was Judgment, which for Judgment I had to pick up a book that had been on my currently reading for too long. So I finished Womb City and I'm obsessed with this. I will shout about this book from the rooftops, but massive trigger warnings for female trauma, and miscarriage and harm to women. Like, this is about just the horrors of our world, the commodification of violence, and just through this really interesting both sci-fi and paranormal lens. There's a whole vengeful ghost subplot, and women who they think are likely to commit crimes are wiretapped, and their thoughts and actions are constantly under surveillance. This was so interesting, and this made me feel so many things. This made me feel so many things, but sadly it wasn't for the prompt for a book that was going to make me feel things. But boy, am I glad that I picked that back up again, because I don't know without the card if I would have anytime soon. It just was gonna, I kept thinking it's gonna be too heavy. It's gonna be too heavy for what I'm going through right now. And it's very heavy, but I think it was fascinating in a way that my brain just really needed to latch onto. Yes, Mary Robinette and Elsie. So Mary Robinette Cole is a science fiction writer. She's also a narrator, and she narrates for other sci-fi authors. In fact, my friend was just listening to a new book that had come out that Mary Robinette narrated. So she's also a narrator. She's a professional puppeteer who has worked for the Jim Henson Workshop. And she has a cat that talks through buttons named Elsie. And Elsie is going to go to space with NASA. So they're going to send her up into space so that she can come back and use her buttons to tell the scientists what her perception of being outside of gravity was like for her. So not just like what the physiological ramifications are on animals, but what she perceives. It's just so stinking cool. Mary Robinette is so stinking cool. So I've read one of her standalones, which is The Spare Man, which is like an Agatha Christie-esque mystery, but in space, like on a cruise liner between the moon and Mars. And every single chapter starts with a cocktail recipe, which I respect. And then she has the Lady Astronaut series, which is a 4-book series as of last year, set in the 1950s originally, where a cataclysmic event kickstarts the space program early. And it's following this like proto NASA, like a computer a la Hidden Figures, like a human doing science and math. It follows a computer in this like proto NASA space. So I really loved the first book a lot. I'm not great at picking up sequels all the time. So I have one book 2, one book 3, and a standalone on my list for tonight, potentially. Just got back from dinner. Well, welcome. Read 50 pages and 44% into One of Us is Lying. Congratulations. Oh, the Kindle edition has a tree on it? That's interesting, because I love the crow. Like the weird crow image that's on the official book cover. Now I want to see this. But yeah, I only have Palaces of Crow in audio. So Palaces of Crow. Let's see other editions. Kindle. Oh, that is so different. That is wildly different. So this is the cover that Sarah's talking about. But here's the like official cover of this book. Like wildly different. But as I was saying, this was one that was recommended to me by the narrator. And very specifically, she said that this is one of the greatest books I've ever recorded, in my honest opinion, and maybe the one that has affected me the most while narrating. There's a series of chapters towards the end, after which I literally could not speak for a long time and had to exit the booth for a reset before I could continue. I love this book. It's a slow burn at first and important to pay attention to when events happen in the 1940s and the 1970s. But man, the last third of that book had me in a death grip and nearly broke me. So it's one of the most deeply felt books I've ever read. It's very interesting. Oh, Lady Astronaut's very good. Have you read all of it? I've only read the first one and I really liked it. Do you think that the second book will make me emotional or like make me feel things? Such a different vibe. Totally different energies. Totally different energies. But I feel like his hardcover to paperback on his first novel was that way too. I hated the cover, the original cover on the hardcover. I like picked up the book in spite of the cover. I love the cover of the paperback so much. Because this is The Mountain and the Sea, which was his first book. That's the hardcover copy. And this is a near future sci-fi where it's dealing with a couple of things, but the big crux and why you've got this funny octopus on the front is that we discover a community of sentient octopi that have developed actual language that they use their like their color changings, like I can't remember what they're called, but the color changing skin cells that they have to actually physically write out messages to each other, and they are using tools and all these other things. But this is the paperback cover, which I just thought was so good in comparison to that funny like bad clip arty octopus. But yeah. Oh, and then there's this one. Oh, this one's a good one. I don't hate him. Our little neon octopus. I really liked it. I think it was like the first arc that I read that I really truly enjoyed was The Mountain and the Sea. When you're first starting your arc journey, it can be rough sometimes. when you're just starting on NetGalley. In what way? Like if you're using a modifier and an alternate cover. Oh, so like you're trying to use something from your tarot card to be on the book. Like you're trying to match the cover of your book to your tarot card, but it's an alternate cover. I mean, if it's the cover you're reading, I don't see why not. Putting so many titles on TBR tonight. Yeah, that's the dangerous part of sprints, man. I'm constantly just adding crap to my TBR as everybody's talking about all the exciting and fun things that they're reading. Those covers are also different from each other. I prefer the paperback too. Yeah, the paperback's so good. Like I disliked the original hardcover so much that I refused to buy it as a trophy. I loved the book. I recommended the book a lot, but I just was not willing to put that blue cover on my shelf as a trophy. But yeah, just some good stuff. I'm just trying to think of if there's something that I think is going to make me emotional today. Anything in particular that I'm actually going to be able to get through in the next 3 days? Because like the next Dungeon Crawler Carl book will make me emotional, but I'm not getting through what 800 and something pages. How much is the next one at this point? So I think it's the Bedlam Bride. I think that's the one I'm on next. Yeah. The Eye of the Bedlam Bride is my next one, and that's 832 pages. I don't know that I'm getting through that by Wednesday. And I don't want to do that to you guys, but I kind of want to do that. Because that is 832 pages for the Path of Pages. So I had to read something short and hopefully try to squeeze in like a novella by the end. Or do I lock in knowing that I don't have work on Monday and see if I can read it? I don't know if I'm emotionally ready to go into the next Dungeon Crawler Carl book. I just went on a whole side quest, guys. I am so sorry. Oh, thanks. I got it last year for my 40th birthday at a bookstore. So they were doing like a little pop-up tattoo, like flash tattoo day for their birthday, and it was close to my birthday, and I'd never had a tattoo before. But I've always wanted one, but the one that I want has like a lot of emotional weight to it, and I kept finding every excuse not to do it, many of which tied to the fact that I wasn't even sure if I could sit a tattoo or if my skin could handle it, and what if I get halfway through this really emotional thing and I can't make it all the way through. So I just decided, you know what, I'm gonna pop the seal. I'm gonna break the seal. I'm just gonna get a tattoo that has zero pressure and zero emotion tied to it. I've been a reader my whole life, so a little book with some sparkles coming out of it wasn't gonna go amiss. And it's covered by most of my apparel in the office. So that's my only tattoo. Randomly on my inner arm. But a really fun event at a bookstore to just be able to pop up and get a quick flash tattoo. Gotta love it. Wait. Oh, actually, their birthday's coming up again soon. I haven't heard what they're doing this year. It's a different bookstore in town, not my friend's bookstore. Because hers opened last October. I'm so proud of her. Just so proud of her. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna read yet. I might like sample a little bit of both of the three that I'm looking at. The thing with the Cat Rambo is I really, really enjoy immersive reading it. And I'm out of Spotify credits, which is where I tend to listen to that one. I'm like out of hours over there, and I need to go back into the library to get my my library card broke. So I gotta go into the library to get it fixed. So it would feel weird to suddenly not be immersive reading that one for the third book in the series. Also on The Abyss, if you enjoyed the whole like backrooms feeling, if you enjoy a liminal space where you're just uncomfy by the environment itself, Abyss could be a really fun one for you, as could hold on, a book that I hear no one talking about from an author that I adore. Is The Legends Liminal. It's teeny tiny and a really quick, fun read. But this is a group of young adults who are traveling by RV and find themselves just stuck in a loop of the same stretch of road. And this is very much about grief through the lens of that liminal in between space. So this one's about grief. Abyss is about the dangers of productivity culture and capitalism, I guess. It's a little that's macro liminal, and this is micro liminal, if that makes sense. But loved this. And Ren Hutchings is the author on this one. This is a newer imprint called Stars and Sabers out of the UK. She has two sci-fi books that I absolutely adore. The first, her debut, is Under Fortunate Stars, which is a time travel found family. Really, really fun. And then she has The Unbreakable World, which is set in the same universe, but years and years before it and millions and millions and millions of miles away from it. So they're vaguely connected, but you can read them in either order. So that's my pitch for Ren Hutchings for anybody who enjoys a sci-fi read. I think she's absolutely underappreciated as an author. Thank you, friend. It's, we just keep going. We keep doing. And eventually the cats will invade. That's all we can hope for in life, right? But what do we say about another sprint? Are we feeling another sprint? What do you think, Ohan? Do you have an opinion? He's a menace, this boy. But yeah, so we could do another sprint, maybe an hour this time, so I can figure out what on earth I'm going to read, or do we still want to stick to another 45? How are we feeling? What is the vibe? So just look around trying to find books that are going to make me sad. Well, Camp Damascus could make me feel things. I don't know if I want to go right back into another horror, though. This is going to have to settle with me for a minute or 5 before I think I'm ready to jump into another horror. Yeah, he's a cute little void. The menace void. An hour, so you could do a grocery store sprint. Love it. Okay. We will do an hour this time. Wish me luck on figuring out what book I'm gonna read that I think is gonna make me sad or feel things, I guess, but usually it's just sadness. Um, like I love a book that makes me cry, so that's what I tend to gravitate towards when it's something like that. Okay, so an hour. What is that gonna leave us at? That's gonna leave us at probably the 22. Have a good sprint, guys. See you on the other side. Well, how was that sprint for everybody? What were you reading? Did you get some good pages in? I started the audiobook for Palaces of the Crow. It's already got me emotional, but apparently it says that I'm 20% in already, and that feels incorrect. But it does say that I'm 20% in. I was listening at 2 times speed, so I read about 2 hours worth. It's really good. Ray, his writing's just really interesting, but Eunice's narration is just, it's a top tier experience. But how are you guys doing? Hey, Jean, but they were roommates. This is a fun little YA romance. Hey, Eric, if you're still here, welcome, welcome. So glad to see your face. I missed you, friend. Reading Smash or Pass by Birdie Sashay. Shay. That's what I'm going to go with, Shay. I hope that you are enjoying, Eric. Accidentally fell asleep that last sprint. You know what? I'm very guilty of that on Sunday sprints. Back when Sarah Shelves used to sprint every Sunday, at least one of the sprints was nap time for me. Buddy, he won't just sit still. He wants love. He will not sit still. Cook something yummy for dinner. Ooh, what did you cook? I gotta figure out dinner still. Have not figured out at all what I'm gonna be eating for dinner. But read 20 pages. Good job, Erin. Only 22 pages left, Sarah? Remind me, what are you reading, Sarah? Oh, man. Only 22 pages left. You are moving through that tandem read. I'm deeply impressed. I had to remind myself. That's really, really cool. Just joined, but immersion reading are Vicious Oaths. So I'll likely journal and do my daily pull soon. I love that. I hope you're enjoying. Yeah, I was listening on audio and making some yarn for a little bit, but then my shoulders started bothering me because I am I'm being a silly little goose and doing it on a drop spindle because I was showing Noelle how the drop spindle worked the last time we were on sprints together. And yeah, I just needed to put it down for a little bit and played a computer game to minorly distract myself from this book, which starts in a rough spot in World War II. And everybody, I've been introduced to all of my characters, and they're about to all meet up in the woods with the crows. And it's, yeah, as you can imagine, a story focused in on a Jewish family and a Lithuanian family at the edges of the Russian front in World War II are not going to go super well. It's not going to be a silly, goofy time for my book. My characters are going to have a hard time. I had chicken in the fridge that you needed to cook before it went bad, so chicken pasta thing. Ooh, a Tuscan cream sauce. That sounds lovely, buddy. If you want love, you got to stay in one spot. You really do. It's far too hot to do that much stovetop cooking, but heck, I'm not wasting chicken. Yeah, it's too hot. It's too hot for most things right now. Whenever we go into sprints, I turn on a fan. It's too noisy for when we're chit-chatting. Can you settle, sir? No, probably not. But yeah, I definitely think that the Palaces of the Crow is going to satisfy the card prompt of a book that's going to make me emotional. Check. But I did also pull out my copy of The Faded Sky just in case, but then got locked in with Eunice's narration. But excited to hopefully pick this one up soon. Because it's been years since I read the first one, and I'm itching. I'm itching for some more Mary Robinette. She really tickles my fancy. But yeah, I thought that this ambiance would be a little different than the creation of a room or like just a setting and utilizing like stock images and video clips. I just filmed it myself. So we don't get quite enough rain for me to have my own rain sounds in this town. But those are authentic rain sounds, just not mine, sadly. I think I make a lot of rain ambience because I miss the rain. I used to grow up in a town that had tons of like good, solid storms and rain, and we have none of it here, and it makes me really sad. Which is a shame because I can hear the rain so well in my living room. Reached temperatures of 105 yesterday. I'm officially cooked. Yeah. Yeah. It's I live in South Texas, so it's been well over 90 for months at this point. But yeah, we're in that same over 100 zone right now. And will be, I think, for longer than any of us would like. But I think we have the benefit massively of most places having central air, as all of the Europeans have discovered coming here for the World Cup. The beauty and power of central air. So otherwise, I think we'd all die. You got to 56%. Way to go, Remy. Home stretch. It's all downhill from here. Racing to the finish. Always have birds or water on your TV. Yep, love it. My brother restarted the internet without telling me, and it took me a second to realize there was something off about the silence. There's not a lot of silence when I do sprints because I like to have a little something going on in the background when we're reading. But how dare he reboot your internet? That's wild behavior. At least it's not like during a work day with people working from home, I guess. Remind me what you're reading again, Remy? I cannot remember. Oh, we were talking about covers, not what you were reading. Yeah. What are you reading, Remy? Oh, yes, The Red Winter with the funny deer dragon on it, right? Is that the one with the deer dragon thing? I like that little critter. Red Winter. Yeah, it has a little deer dragon guy. I like him. It's definitely not a book for me, but I like this little guy. A little like he looks like a little terrier deer dragon fella. I need ambience noise for reading. Rain always works best. Yeah, I like the rain. It soothes the soul. And it's the like one water noise that doesn't consistently make me want to pee. Oh, it's a wolf. He does look very dog-like, but with antlers. I like him. It's good, but it's 544 pages long, so I feel like I read 3 chapters and make 1% progress. Yeah, that's fair. I did have a friend who bought a bind up on Kindle of the entire Throne of Glass series, which would have I've never read the Throne of Glass series. It's not really something that's super appealed to me. But to read a book that's a series that is that long as one bind up, you could read 100 pages and not make 1% progress. It's wild. Like you'd feel like you were there forever. Forever. I don't understand how people can have booktube vlogs on while they read. I don't understand it. But I can turn on actual content and disassociate, but not content I'm interested in. So like I comfort watch Gordon Ramsay Kitchen Nightmares, very specifically Kitchen Nightmares, not any other Gordon Ramsay. Kitchen Nightmares, occasionally Hotel Hell. But I've watched them so much that it becomes background noise, so I can turn that on and read. Because it's not new content at all. It's not content I'm locking in on or that my brain has to engage with. It just becomes part of the ambient like existence. Hey, baby girl. I used to do that in college, in the days before YouTube. There were 3 movies that I would just play on repeat that I had seen so many times that it didn't register. Like I could just exist in a space where it was part of the noise of the room, and that was The Labyrinth, which turned 40 today. Happy 40th birthday to The Labyrinth. Princess Bride and Clue. I dread the future Dungeon Crawler Carl books, and they're like, which book are you on right now, Remy? Didn't you just finish 4? Were you the one who is just reading the Feral Gods? Yeah, the next book I have to pick up is 830, which is why I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm not ready to jump back in yet. I know that book will make me emotional and will satisfy this prompt, but I don't think I'm quite ready. Quite ready to jump in to an 830-page book that's going to make me sad right this second. Yeah, it's so big. It's so big. Like, imagine a bind up of all of Dungeon Crawler Carl. You're never making progress. You could read the whole first book and have only made it 5% in. It's bananas. I either need ambience or silence, sometimes music, but that will sometimes distract me. Yeah, music will sometimes distract me, especially music with words. I find now I can't work with music with words on. It can only be like instrumental music. Yes, the 4th one. Oh, the Gate of the Feral Gods. Yeah, the Butcher's Masquerade, really. They're so good. They're so good. You'll have to let me know when you start reading the Butcher's Masquerade, Remy. Even reading in public is hard sometimes with the noise, yeah. Am enjoying it. Done 1 chapter each in the POV. Not World War II. Fear for that causing emotional damage. Yeah. Yeah. There's immediate emotional damage. Or yeah. Yeah, I'd say immediate. Like there's definitely really immediate death and trauma in a few ways as soon as you meet folks. But I'm at least accompanied by my girl Eunice, whose voice has both lifted my spirits and harmed me in the past. If you've ever done the audiobooks for Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers, she's the same audiobook narrator for that one, and she did Rubicon. She does all of Ray Naylor's novels, but not his novella for some reason. I think it was a different publisher. She did All the Water in the World last year, which is a really interesting dystopian, it was like a dystopian slice of life almost, set in New York City where all of the global water levels had risen. Yeah, I really like her voice and her skill. Hey, Bubs. I know. And you're not going to settle in. You're going to walk back and forth across me a couple of times. Aren't you? Yeah, I know you. You're a menace. Or are you going to settle in? That would be wild behavior, sir. Absolutely wild behavior. But anyway, I need to figure out what I'm going to eat. And I, too, do not want to use the hob and get hot in this house. So I'll have to see if there's anything that I can air fryer up or if I'm going to do a cheeky little delivery. Because that's a very high probability. You can barely see him, especially because I'm wearing black. I should wear brighter colors when I stream, just because I know he's gonna be in my lap. But he's a sweet boy. He's just purring his little head off. I bet I could get him to, no, maybe not. Sometimes he just like gets real frantic for attention because he wants to suck on my fingers. He was separated from his mom too early, and then I was fostering him and his litter, and so he very much latched onto me as mom, and self-soothes quite a lot, where he'll still try to like play nurse to make himself feel better. But he's a sweet little boy. My sweet little void. Just eyeballs in the darkness. He's one of those clingy boy cats. I do have kitten pictures of him. I have kitten pictures of the whole litter. Hold on. I will find some. But I got them when they were 4 weeks old, and now he's 3 years old. My silly boy. Let's see. I'm just going to search kitten in my phone. Find bunches of them. So here he is with his siblings. He's the one in the back looking into the depths of the universe. They were all black kittens. He's the one over here. Be a sweet boy. He and his brothers had a fever coat and lost brothers and sister had a fever coat, lost a lot of hair on their face, and then it grew in kind of funny. But this is him with his little blip. He still does that a lot. See if I can find a picture of Lilu when she claimed him, because Lilu picked him. But yeah, I've been fostering kittens for ages and ages. I haven't had a new batch since taking this current job that I'm in. I just haven't had time. Oh, and here's a picture of Lilu as a kitten when she was itty bitty and teeny tiny. There she is, little girl. That was many a moon ago. That was 14 years ago, huh, Lilu? Oh, avocado and tin fish. That's a summer dinner right there. If I had any avocado, it might just have been avocado toast tonight. I guess I can fry up some eggs. That won't take much. And I do have some sourdough. That might be what I do. It's a cute little baby. He was a little menace, he and his siblings. Just a whole gaggle of voids. My parents adopted one of his brothers. So then we just have, whenever I bring him over to hang out with his brother, there's just 2 voids running about, getting into mischief. My 2 voids were raised by humans from birth and are extremely cuddly and fixated on people as a result. Yeah. And this is I've had kittens in my life. Like growing up, my parents didn't get my cat fixed, and we had multiple litters of kittens and kittens that we kept from those litters. But since I've fostered, I've never just kept one of the kittens. So I don't know that I've was expecting him to be this bonded to me, which was silly. I should have. But I only do moms with babies or kittens who are eating gruel. I don't do any bottle babies. I'm not willing to wake up in the middle of the night to bottle feed a human child, let alone a 4-legged child. So that's where I draw the line. Sweet babies. Okay. Well, I think I gotta have to restart the internet again. Well, I'm glad this tab's working. You're hanging out. I'm here for you, Remy. You can count on me, even if the internet can't count on anything else. Cat was feral from the alley, but now he's so cuddly. That's my favorite. So my first litter of fosters, I caught. Their mom had them in my backyard, and she was fully feral. I trapped her and the babies and had them in my foster room what became my foster room, until they were weaned. I got her fixed, put her back outside because she's fully feral. But the kittens at that point, I had to start socializing once mom was out, and they were violently against it. And the one that was the scrappiest, who wanted the least to do with me, became the most obsessive. He would try to suckle on my earlobe. And he wanted to be right here on the crook of my neck at all times when I was walking around the house, wherever I was. And he was a hard one to say goodbye to, but he went from the most feral to the most obsessed. And that, I think, is just such a wonderful victory. So the shelter also will occasionally just send spicy kittens my way because they know I love transforming a spicy kitten. I love making a spicy kitten friendly. Oh, he's your first baby. Well, congratulations. It's a big moment. Your first cat. I love it. I love the fostering chat. It's so rewarding and more people should try it. I have two fosters right now. I'm not sure that they're kittens or not, but yeah, truly. And people always say, "Oh, how could you say goodbye?" Trust me, when you have 5 kittens who all decide that the best place in the world to spar is in their litter box, you're real ready to get rid of them when they start getting to a certain age and they're causing the most chaos you could ever imagine. But it's a wonderful opportunity to have all of the kitten snuggles without all the cats. You get to put love and energy into them so that they get to have the best life in their new homes. And I think about little childhood me, because I got my first cat when I was 4 years old. And just being able to give a family a companion that they're going to have for 20 years, to be able to imbue love and care and create somebody's best friend or have a hand in it. I think that that's a really beautiful thing. So it's never really that hard to say goodbye anymore, because I know they get to go on and live the best life. And somebody else is going to get to love them forever and ever. So, and it saves them from euthanasia, saves them from struggle out on the street. There's all victories, all wins in fostering. So thank you, Josie, for also fostering. I have an identical father-son pair right now, 6 months and a year. Oh, wow. That must be super fun. See, I never end up fostering older cats, except for moms. I do whenever I have the moms. They're older, obviously, but I love a mom. They're so sweet. They're so grateful. They're the sweetest babies. I had one that I named Patty Melt because she just melded into me every time I picked her up. And I'd pick her up to hold her, and she just melts into my chest and put one of her paws around my arm and just hold me back. Oh, she was the sweetest. Absolute sweetest. Okay, all the food talk though has me hungry. So I think I'm gonna go make myself some eggs. And let's sprint. Do we say another hour? Does that feel good? Do I ever foster moms before they give birth or only after? I do both. I actually, when I was 9 years old, had my cat give birth in my lap, like a physical kitten was born on my lap. Um, when I was 9 years old, while I was asleep. I'm not at all like I'm very well versed in cats in labor and prenatal care for cats. So I take in mamas that are pregnant, mamas that have given birth, and kittens who are starting to eat gruel. So cats giving birth is the easiest thing on the planet. They make zero noise. They need zero help most of the time. Um, and they're champs. They're champs. In fact, when the pandemic first started, I had a pregnant cat in my foster room, and she gave birth the first day of work from home. Um, yeah. Yeah, it was like the very first day from work from home. I woke up and she'd had one kitten already. And every time I went in to check on her, like in between meetings, she'd had another one. Okay, an hour. An hour. Let's Come over here. 8. See you guys on the other side. Hello, hello, welcome back. I read nothing. I cooked, I ate. I could have listened to my audiobook, but instead I watched commentary videos on YouTube and then did the dishes. So, very ineffective sprint for me personally. How did you guys do? Hopefully better than me. Remy's back. Hopefully the Wi-Fi is being kinder to them right now. Fingers crossed for you, Remy. 4 cats. Oh, 2 tabbies and 2 voids. And they're both siblings, sibling pairs. Tabbies are half feral, but the voids help socialize them. It's amazing what cats can do with each other. Sweet babies. Read a few more pages and figuring out what to eat for dinner. Hopefully you have something tasty. I did make some scrambled eggs and I found some pesto in my pantry. So I essentially made pesto scrambled eggs with a little side of hearts of palm and tomatoes with balsamic on some sourdough toast. That's what I did. Whatever I could find to put together something resembling a meal. I tried. Ooh, you are so close to being done with this tandem. That's crazy. That's impressive. 59% not huge progress, only read 16 pages, but keep getting distracted. I'm sorry about that. I know what that's like, as I was watching Atozi tell me about some influencer I've never heard of. I don't know why. I enjoy commentary channels telling me about drama I'm not even involved in or have no peripheral knowledge of. It's part of decompression, I guess. Ate dinner. Pasta was fantastic. Congrats. Then powered through somehow and got to page 128. I don't even know how that happened. That was me the last for, or I was like, wait, I'm at 21%? What? I just started this book. What's happening? So I'm glad that you hit flow state. You hit true flow state and you managed to just power on through 128 pages. Or got to 128 pages. Either way, still impressive. Yay, Wi-Fi. Better keep behaving so that your brother stops trying to reset it on us. Don't know what I would do without my cats. They help me through some very tough times. Truly, I've never lived alone in my life because I've always had a cat. There was a brief period when I lost my childhood pet that I was alone, and that I felt how alone I was. And it's not fun. So it's wonderful to have that companionship and love. Truly, truly is. Oh goodness, guys. So we got a little bit of reading done. We've been chilling with the tarot rain. I'm gonna start it over again this time. For the next sprint. But yeah. I'm a little worried I'm just gonna speed through this book. I might switch at some point just so that I don't read it all in one sitting. Because sometimes when I do that, I don't necessarily process it all. You know what I mean? Doesn't all like stick in the way I want it to. And this one I think is one I want to fully just sort of bring into my brain. Normal reading speed is about 45 pages an hour, so I have no idea how I did 64. The print's kind of large, so maybe that's why. Or you just hit flow state. You were just one with the pages, and it just came and kept coming, and you were in your best space. That's what I think happened. I think you hit flow state. I believe in you. That's hilarious. How many pages do you have left? How long is this book? You're at like 128. How long is this book? Are you going to finish tonight? That is the question. Oh goodness. But yeah, I mostly just ate eggs and then cleaned up after myself. Salem is my first cat. He got me through some tough times last year. I lost my childhood dog who'd been with me since I was 10 years old. Salem showed up during his last month. See, the universe knew. You needed a buddy. The universe knows. Yeah. I mean, gosh, it's been like 15 years since I lost my childhood cat. 14, 15 years. Yeah. I had her since I was 9, and she was 18 and a half when she passed. But you know, it's the price that we have to pay for the absolute joy that a pet is to have, you know, and you carry the grief with you, but it's one that you're willing to carry, because I wouldn't give up having my cats for anything, even if it means I'm hurting in the end, you know? It is what it is. Except that, yep, you hit flow state. You locked in. Yep. Keeps you from being alone. Exactly. Exactly. They're good companions for sure. Our sweet babies, our sweet, sweet babies. Total pages is 368. Unlikely I'll finish tonight, but who knows? You could enter flow state again. I slept in today until like 11:30 because of a migraine, and bedtime might be later. Oh, I'm sorry you had a migraine, but hopefully you keep schmoving at this rapid fire pace that you're on right now, and you just churn through some pages. I mean, at 64 pages, you read 64 pages that hour like a mad person. So let's see. You're at 368 minus 128 divided by 64. 3 hours and some change. Just a little shy of 4 hours. Just saying. But yeah, it does seem a little close, depending on how late you plan on staying up. Excuse me for that sneeze. Yes, grief is the price of love, and it's worth the pain. Because I am a Wanda Maximoff nerd in all things and in all ways. I've chosen the worst comfort character to have in comic books, but I've adored her for 20 plus years at this point. But you know, the Vision has a great quote in WandaVision where he says, "What is love? What is grief if not love persevering?" It's just a sign of your love, the fact that you grieve. It's honestly kind of lovely because the MC of Starship also suffers with migraines, so I'm feeling seen and validated. Oh, that's a nice duet, like Ty. I'm trying to remember if I recognize it. Oh yeah, this one. Tell me how this one is. I was looking at this one the other day. I haven't read any of Cat Sebastian stuff, but I love these covers that she has. They look very intriguing to me. But I love it when you find somebody who kind of embodies your lived experience in a book. Even if it's silly little things, it can make a huge difference in feeling seen. Also, like, I lit another candle, and how wild is this thing going? It's like I lit a mini campfire next to my bookshelves. I swear it's just a candle. I promise, guys. I'm not setting anything on fire. But it looks like I am. Looks like I can roast marshmallows. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I need a romance. I've been reading some heavy ass books this readathon, and I could use something light, but my last card of this 3-card spread is to make something that's going to make me sad. So wasn't it wasn't leaning in the romance territory, but I think I'm going to have to detox after this and just read some silly goofy romances. It does. Like I should be making s'mores over here. I swear it's far from the bookcase and the roses, and is contained in its glass jar, but it looks very intense. It does. It does look dangerous. It's a wood wick, which is why I think it's a brand new light on a wood wick candle, which is why I think that it's behaving so intensely. They're like custom candle scent that my friend has for her bookstore. Also, for the person who is reading Children of Time, here's my Children of Strife. Haven't read Children of Ruin or any of the others between Children of Time and Children of Strife, but I do have it. I was very fortunate to pick up the special editions from Broken Binding when it was still a trilogy, and they try to do those for completed series. So, and Adrian was like, "Psych! I'm going to make a fourth book in the series that no one was expecting." Broken Bindings was very kind to bring out, like, to do the fourth book in the exact same style as the trilogy, and then reached out to everybody who had the trilogy to give us a first right of refusal to purchase the fourth book to complete our series. So that's nice. I like it when they do that. Love her historical romances. This one's contemporary, so it feels kind of like there's some kind of sauce missing. Oh, you really like the secret sauce of the historical romance. This is part of a new series of hers for actors, which is fun. Yeah, because I thought I saw the first one maybe last year out and about. I've been listening to And They Were Roommates by Paige Powers, YA trans rap. It isn't heartbreaking but cute. Yeah. It's that one's been on my list for a minute. Although I do struggle with YA romances because I'm a 41-year-old lady. So sometimes they just don't hit the right way. Like they're just like they're babies, right? And sometimes I'm not in that mood to like deal with the particular paths of young love. But yeah. Oh, buddy, the stray cat yelling at my window again. He keeps serenading Salem. Yeah, I have a host of outdoor cats because San Antonio's very hot, and there's always a kitten season here because there's never any cold to stop them from reproducing. And I have a collection of feral cats that I have TNR, which is to trap, neuter, and release, and make sure that they have water and stuff, but they roam the neighborhood, and only one lets me pet her, and that took 4 years. And only then, like only occasionally am I allowed to pet her. So she has to be in one spot on my patio. She cannot be looking at me, and I have to walk up to her silently and start petting her before she turns around to look to see if I'm coming. And if all of those things go together, then I can pet her for as long as I want. I just have to like play this little song and dance before I can. But if she turns and sees me coming towards her, which she wants me to do because she's gotten into the petting corner of the patio, if she sees me, she bolts. Some people in Perini Schroff, I'm doing a second YouTube discussion for, so no need to finish it. Oh, and Some People by Perini Schroff. Very nice. I've never heard of Perini Schroff or that book, Gay Cats in Love. But I hope you enjoy it, Jean. My brain short-circuited while reading that. I'm so sorry, Jean. Highly recommend Poets Square Cats by Courtney Gustafson. If you want to have your heart broken and mended by feral cats. It's nonfiction. Oh, babies. I'm in the midst of a Holocaust book featuring crows. Or a World War II book featuring crows. It's gonna leave World War II eventually, and we're gonna go into the 70s. And then the narrator told me it gets really the saddest at the end. So I don't know how it's gonna top the sadness of the World War II section, but we shall see. My brother keeps joking I'm only talking about neutering Namorado, the stray, because of homophobia. See, I fixed them all. You will not be spreading diseases or babies in my neighborhood. There's only so many foster kittens I can take in on any given year. And whenever you do find kittens, if you can find the mom, get the mom so that there's not litter after litter after litter after litter. Because they will be popping out babies. There's one truth about cats. So, Jean, are you going on YouTube and discussing this book? Or is there a creator who's discussing this book that you want to be in the chat for? Are you getting on camera, Jean? Tell me. If so, where can I find it? Looking at you, Jean. Oh my goodness. Can you believe this readathon's almost done, guys? So far, since it has started, have you had a book that has stood out for you? Jean! Send me the link. I want to see this. I want to support. I'm so excited. Jean, send me the link. Jean, send me the info. I want to see you. I want to see you, Jean. Oh no, that sounds very creepy. That's so exciting. I had no idea you were getting on camera, Jean. That's so exciting. This is the first one you did, The Sister's Keeper, but this is the second time. I'm so excited. Are you enjoying it? Also, if you keep a male-female sibling pairs, yep, the pair of cats, get them fixed. Yep. They do not know. They do not know. They do not care. It is not something that they can control. It is a problem. Get them fixed. If you can. The foster I adopted my girl from kept 3 of her 5 kittens. And I get pictures every so often. Oh, that's so cute, Erin. That's adorable. I have one particular litter of my kittens, the one that I had in the pandemic. 3 of the 4 kittens were adopted by friends of mine. So I still get to see them. I still actually physically get to see them occasionally. And that's really fun. In fact, one of them was a sweet friend of mine, and she adopted a kitten from me, named him Simon. And then a couple of years later, she and her fiance got married, and they featured him on their wedding cups. So I have a cup with one of my foster kittens on it. It's the cutest thing ever. Her Last Breath was my favorite read of the month. I think it would have, and I wouldn't have read it if not for this readathon. I love that. There's something so interesting about the way that this readathon functions, where it really makes you dig into different parts of your TBR, and sometimes even things that you've maybe tangentially heard about but hadn't put on your docket to read. I mean, I think my favorite read outside of Dungeon Crawler, but that's a series, so I wouldn't count that, is this. And I had walked away from this book in March, but the tarot card told me I had to pick it back up again. And I'm obsessed with this book. I'm so excited that this author has another book coming out this year that is called House of Margins. Because I will be picking up her next book, because I really loved her voice, and she took me on a journey. It does sound creepy, but I completely understand. Yeah, I want to see you, Jean. It's so exciting. I got a favorite new book this readathon. Well, multiple really, but one stood out as my actual favorite. You Weren't Meant to Be Human by Andrew Joseph White. I'm so glad you liked it. I hope I hope that I will enjoy this one. I did not enjoy his his debut. But everything about this book feels like it's going to be more up my alley than the Hell Followed With Us. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, though. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Jean. I even spent a ridiculous amount of money from my savings on international shipping for an Illumicrate exclusive edition of it. You were determined. You loved it and you wanted the best trophy for your shelf. I respect this. I respect this so hard. I have been there. I really fell in love with it, which is strange to say considering how dark it is. Sometimes it is, though. Sometimes, it doesn't have to be a light, fluffy thing that's going to speak to you. I get it. I finally read Autobiography by Christina Lauren due to a card prompt. I love that. The cards really keep things spicy and interesting. They keep things different. I'd say my average star rating for the month is down, but there were still some great books. Okay. It's so cool to meet new creators too, and sprinting is so fun. Yeah. I think Deja and Noelle have done a really incredible job of building a very engaged and supportive community around this readathon. And that's really a testament to everybody who participates, right? But also to them. And I think it's half of the fun is in the cards and the prompts and the points, but a lot of it is in this depth of sprints and conversations and the Discord and all the ways we get to engage with each other and connect. It's why I have very happily co-hosted for the last 3 years, and as long as they will invite me, I will be a part of it. Even if they don't invite me, I'd still be a part of it in the Discord with everyone, because you can't tell me I can't unless you block me from the Discord. So I just really enjoy it. Did anybody else get a reading from Noelle? Because Deja and I were just talking about ours and how we felt that her readings reflected for us and how they spoke to us. So I'm just curious if anybody else got one, and what you thought of it. Because I get a big, not a physical sense to me, but I book a big card reading, like a big spread with Noelle, in January of every year. I love her readings. Is tarot normally in June? I seem to remember it being in another month. It has been in July before, and there have been years where it has not been like the 1st to the 31st. It's been the season. So she's done it through like one house's season, and I can't remember which astrological signs season she did it through, because it wasn't like January. It wasn't like the 1st through the 31st that year. So it moves around a little bit. I think my lowest rating was 3.5 this month, but it read so many 4s and 5s. I love that. That's super exciting. Really enjoyed this month. The community aspect along with the low stakes. Yep. It's good-natured competition. Kept you from getting anxious, feeling pressured to read when you don't want to. Yeah, it's, we joke, and some of the hosts can like playfully be really competitive with each other. But it is super low stakes. It is just for bragging rights. And it's about having a good time and connecting. And getting whatever reading done that you can or want to. I am for sure participating every year I can. This is my first readathon challenge I've ever participated in. Oh, Remy, I'm so glad that you found it and that you had a good time. It only takes one really good readathon experience to set you up for the remainder. I think I first engaged with readathons back in the pandemic. Noelle, the roomies, a few other creators did this thing they called Reader Dare, which was chaotic as all get out, but it was super fun, and that was my first introduction. But I think tarot or the reindeer readathon were my first to participate in and engage with. But I love this. I'm so glad you found it. Reader Dare was epic. Yeah, if you go back on any of their channels and find the old Reader Dare content, it was like during the chatty bits, they would in fact spin a wheel for dares, and some of them were traumatic. Rachel having to make the disgusting drink, I will never forget. I could barely watch her concocting whatever that was and then consuming it. Especially the costumes, yeah. I think Christina's still haunted by the direct messages she had to send Pierce Brown. Okay, what do we think? Another sprint? More chit chat? What do we want to do? What's the vibe? Oh, also, uh, I discovered something while flipping through by flipping through Instagram, and then while I was dilly dallying and not reading, um, I have a deep belief that everybody has a cryptid that they wish was real. Hear me out. Like, not that you think that it's real, you just wish it was. So I firmly wish that the Loch Ness monster was real. My dad firmly would like Bigfoot to be real. Like, I think everybody has one that, whether you believe it is real or not, like, you want it to be a little bit. So I get a decent amount of cryptid content because I find it funny. And there was somebody talking about how there's a story in the Mormon church about Brigham Young having met Cain from Cain and Abel in the United States, and that Cain was very, very hairy as part of his punishment from God for killing his brother. And therefore, there is a large contingent of modern day Mormons who believe that Bigfoot is not only real, but is Cain from the Bible. And I can't get over it. Every time I think about it, it's making me giggle in my head. I think that that's just a delightful little nugget of information. Growing up evangelical, we didn't have anybody we believed could be Bigfoot. It's really a letdown. We could have Bigfoot. Yeah. I'm obsessed with cryptids. Yeah. And they're just fun. Imagine Cain from the Bible is Bigfoot. An hour. Okay. You could taste the drink through the screen. You absolutely could. It was vile. It was so vile. Poor Rachel. She was never seen on YouTube again. She was, but yeah, so please enjoy this parting story of the Mormon belief that Bigfoot is Cain from the Bible. With that, I think we'll do another hour-long sprint unless anybody has any objections. And we are, see, when I don't have Deja hanging out with me or Stephanie, I can be so much more focused on reading and not laughing our butts off. Isn't that funny? Okay. An hour. I will see you guys on the other side. Sorry guys, I got locked in and we overwent by a few minutes. I'm sorry about that. How was your sprint, everyone? Let's see how far I got. I'm at 46% of this book. I am flying through this. I'm locked in. I almost cried already. Whew. I can see why Eunice was really locked in on this one. I can see why Eunice was so excited to hype this one up. This one's also one that, like, my friend who owns the bookstore has been struggling to figure out where it's supposed to go because Ray Naylor is typically a sci-fi writer, and so far at the halfway point there is some stuff that I would consider to be speculative, but by and large this is very much uh historical fiction so far. So um this is following four young teenagers who are near the Russian front during World War II. One who is a young Jewish girl, one young gypsy girl, someone who has fled from the Red Army. Well, the Red Army was doing very badly, and he was just trying to save his own skin in the midst of battle, ends up on his own, and then a young boy. And they all end up in the forest together because of the crows. So there is one scene where the crows feel far far more than crows so far. But I don't know that I would consider this science fiction yet. I just think they're very smart crows. So far, we'll see. We'll see. This was very interesting. I'm having a heartbreaking time, but I'm really enjoying this book. I definitely think this is going to fulfill the prompt, and I'm going to cry my little eyes out. And I think in 2 more sprints, I'll be done. Just saying, if people want to stick around and sprint with me for longer. I read Daggermouth, and some of the traumatic religious rites in the book might have been taken from Mormon religion. But did Daggermouth have Abel as Bigfoot? I would like, actually, I think that would be an interesting book to have religious Bigfoot. Just saying. I think that'd be interesting. 33 pages. Go Remy. 65%. Made it to 206. Flow state confirmed. Erin is doing it. You are just knocking these pages out, Erin. Wait. Pardon me. As I navigate around the table in front of me. That's so exciting. You're well over halfway at this point, or well, decently over halfway at this point. That's exciting. I love it when a book makes me feel like that. Yeah, Ray Naylor, the very first book I read from Ray Naylor, he made me deeply emotional about octopi, and a robot, an AI. And with a debut, to be able to be deeply connected to two non-human characters, which, let's be fair, I will connect to the AI. Like, I'm an old lady who grew up just absolutely enamored by Data and his pet cat. So I'm not on the side of AI in real life, but I am on the side of non-murderous AIs in fiction every time, every single time. But this is the first time where I have read a book from him where the majority of the characters are actually human, and set in the past and not the future, and I feel very deeply for these characters pretty quickly. And to be fair, Eunice has recommended several books to me over the years, especially some of her books that aren't usually my cup of tea, and they always end up being something that I enjoy. And she's also very quick to be like, actually, I don't think that this is going to be for you. I think you should skip this one, go for this one. So I always trust her implicitly. She's not done me wrong once. So that's my plug for books read by Eunice Wong. I highly recommend Rubicon, which is a book by J.S. Dews. It is a standalone sci-fi written by the same author who wrote the Divide series. So The Last Watch, The Relentless Legion, and The Exiled Fleet. So in Rubicon, we are fighting against a mechanical, like a robot-based intelligence in the universe. Our star is dying. We are trying to get out of our solar system, but every time we are trying to move outside of our solar system, we're getting slaughtered by robots. And to try to fight this, we have created a technology by which your consciousness is stored and just uploaded into new blank copies of your body after you die for soldiers. So we're following one soldier named Valero, and she has just woken up in her like 90th or 96th life, which is a very high number for soldiers. And when she wakes up, she has been fitted with like a almost like an AI assistant in her brain named Rubicon. It was so interesting. I really liked it. If she wanted to write another book in that series, I would take it in a heartbeat. But that was where I was first introduced to Eunice. And she made it feel like I was watching a movie. I understood everyone in the 30s and 40s sitting around their radio to listen to a radio drama. And she did it with just her voice. So that is my plug for both J.S. Dews and Eunice. I love them both. But how are we feeling? This cover is starting to make more and more sense to me, which is why the one with the trees makes less and less sense. That silly little book cover. Yeah. I do have to say, I wish, and no, there it is. It's like, I just wish I could look around at only books narrated by certain people through this app, but I can. I'm being a dum-dum. But I will say, if you have access to ALCs, the advanced listener copies through Libro, I know certain memberships will give you a certain number of ALCs every month. Palaces of Crows is on for June if you still have any ALC credits left for this month before it trades over. Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. And I love Eunice so much. But then I think we have to have way more sprints coming up. I don't think we have a single day from now until the end of the month without sprints. But I know some folks are participating in the game-a-thon. So there's been sprints all day for that are separate from these. The Tarot Readathon sprints. Okay, hold on. Yes, Alexis will be sprinting tomorrow, like afternoonish. And then Noelle on Monday and Deja on Tuesday. I bet a bunch of us will be there on Tuesday. That's going to be my guess. That's going to be my guess. Okay. Little pissed at a character in Red Winter, but I'm supposed to be pissed at him. The betrayal. Well, at least you're not finding excuses for him. He's truly being the villain at this point. Sometimes I really like it when I'm just big mad at a character that I'm supposed to be big mad at. It's deeply satisfying to me. I like being mad at fiction. Oh, sorry. I like being mad at fictional characters. It's better than being mad at people in my real life most of the time. Just saying. That's why I like crying about books more than crying about my own life. But, it's good. It's good to cry, I guess. I say as somebody who, like, sobbed in my Reiki practitioner's arms on Wednesday, Thursday, whatever day that was. Sometimes you just need it. You just need a good cry. Yeah. My tarot cards this month have been trying to put me through it, I think. Because, like, this was the one that was to make me emotional, right? So this one was an emotional one. Um, let's see. I had the one that featured fame, power, or influence, which was fine. That one didn't tie into me emotionally. I read We Are Legion for that, which is the first book in the Bob verse, which is really interesting. And then a book with a nurturing character or one that explores motherhood. I read Automatic Noodle for that, which was about robots. It was very Becky Chambersy. It's by a non-binary author named Annalee Newitz. And then I had a book that feels heavy, either emotionally dense subject matter, physically, or a heavy book. So a book that feels heavy, that's what I read, Butcher's Masquerade, because it was both emotionally heavy and physically heavy. Then I had to do this one, which is a book that you think will move you or make you emotional. The particularly unique concept, a book that I previously DNF'd. Yeah. And then one of my alternate ones was a book with feminine rage, um, which I could have swapped out for my particularly unique concept book. However, I had just come off of Womb City. Had just come off of Womb City, which was all feminine rage. Feminine rage from beyond the grave, even. Feminine rage from the pantheon. It was feminine rage at every level. So I wasn't gonna swap out. I stuck to my unique concept or premise. So I feel like I haven't had any like pick a book you're most anticipating or pick something cozy. It's just been like, go for it. Uh, Jean, I am reading The Palaces of the Crow. I'll pull up the cover again. Palaces of the Crow by Ray Naylor. I am doing it on audio and it is narrated by Eunice Wong. And she's the one who actually recommended it to me because she said that it was the most um, impacted that she has been while reading a book in a professional setting. She had to like leave the booth, recenter herself, and come back. And since I'm supposed to read a book that, for this one, a book that moves me, I figured there's a pretty good chance that Ray's book was going to move me in this instance. That was my guess. It is proving very true. I at this point wouldn't be surprised if I stay up to finish it tonight. Not for nothing. I just get the sense that I might. It's very different from your book, Jean. Very different from They Might Be Roommates. Also, I'm not sure if you guys could even see it because of how the window is placed, but Lilu came and snuggled for a bit during that sprint. So I had my old lady with me, which always makes my heart happy. I know Han's over here right now. He'll never just sleep on me. He wants to be back and forth across me whenever he wants attention. He won't just settle in. But yeah. If I finish this book tonight, I need to pick a book that I can read in 3 days. And I'll have to draw more cards. Yeah, I'm gonna have to draw more cards. Definitely think that's gonna be happening in the next sprint, just to be safe. So, yeah, she was a sweet old lady, my sweet, sweet lady. Oh, you were debating reading The Love Hypothesis because it's being turned into a movie. Yes. Either a movie or a TV show. I don't know which. I it is a very adequate book, in my opinion. I know people love Allie Hazelwood. I have read Love Hypothesis and I read Bride, which if there was going to be any of her books that was going to jive with me the most, it should be the one with a werewolf in it because I read a lot of monster romance. And I just, between those two books, I don't think she's for me, but I know a ton of people love her. I just couldn't get the Raylo fan fiction out of my head when reading that one in particular. But if you definitely want to read it before the TV show or movie or whichever type of format is coming out, I would recommend doing it. It's a very quick read. You zoom through it. It's very speedy. Meanwhile, Salem had the zoomies and was going nuts around the house while I read. See, I love a good zoomie. The problem is Ohan tries so hard when I'm physically reading to get between me and whatever I'm reading. I will have a lap pillow to rest the book on, and he will try to take up the entirety of the lap pillow. When I am reading, he thinks it is time for him and only him. It's just a lesson in frustration. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and get my cards out since I'm going to have to do another drawing. Oop. No, multiple came out there. They're still so sticky. This is the first time I'm really using this deck. And it's very sticky, all the cards. But I'm going to try to do another 3-card spread. And if it's possible, I'm probably going to try to prioritize the double point card in the 3-card spread. So we shall see. Because yeah, I think I can get through this book tonight. Or at the very least, I can get through it and another book in the next 3 days. I believe in me. Depending on how big the book is. I've never read her. I just didn't want it to be done badly. I don't know if it will be done badly. I mean, some of the adaptations are getting really good. That Heated Rivalries adaptation was dead on. While I wouldn't say Project Hail Mary was dead on, it had the heart accurately to what we needed. I was missing all the science, but I'm a weirdo who read it for the science. It's so nice that you put a lap pillow there for him to sleep on. Yeah, it's truly just for Ohan and for no other reason in his sweet little pea brain. And right now he's in the seat that I normally sit in when I'm not streaming. So he's very happy to be in my spot. Yeah, aren't you, buddy? He just did a big stretch. Salem does that usually when I'm playing games. Oh, it's Salem time, actually. Drop the joystick. Yeah. It's like, oh, you thought you were doing something for you? This is my time now. So I have a friend who's been living in Salem for the last few years, the city. I visited it a few times when I was growing up because my mom's family is in the Boston area. She grew up outside of Boston. And I have to say, she's single, living in Salem, does a lot of public transport and a lot of walking. And one night, a couple of weeks ago, she texts me in the middle of the night, which is very unlike her, asking if I'm up because she's walking and she feels unsafe. And she wanted to get on a call so she'd feel safer. I was like, absolutely, give me a call right now. That bitch did not feel unsafe. She was just wanting to brag to me about all the Scottish men who tried to take her home because of the World Cup and all the Scottish men who'd been in Boston and the surrounding area. I was like, that's not nice. I was worried about your health and safety. And you just wanted to brag about all of the Scottish men that you were going to pull. Rude. Which means I'm not sure if all is the writer, Allie is the writer for you. And you won't know until you try. I recognize that I am in the minority where I don't like her stuff. And I gave her a good college try. I liked Bride better than Love Hypothesis. But I didn't love it any more than most of the monster romances that I read, so I stick with other monster romance writers. But she has a very large audience of people who love her, and that has to be for a reason. She's just not my cup of tea. She gave me a heart attack for no reason. It's like, you can brag about it tomorrow when it's not midnight without me having to fear for your life. I'm just saying. That's not cool. Yeah. That was wild behavior. Absolutely wild behavior. Okay. Nothing's really jumping out because I think they're so sticky. Oh, there's one. I got one card. Let's see if any more jump out. Straight people romance is not for me, full stop. I've never felt curious about any of those popular romance writer girlies. I mean, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. And I read a lot of queer romances, and frankly, most of them are better written than the straight girly romances. I've been in a big, when I'm not reading monster romances, I've been reading a lot of poly romances. Not why choose, not reverse harem, poly. I want everybody, or at least different iterations of the group, kissing. And that's always fun for me. That's the only time I'm like, oh yes, your romance. There's another one. Your romance, there's justification for your romance novel being more than 400 pages is because you've got like 5 different relationships you're trying to navigate within your book. So yeah, I'll let you have a 550-page romance novel in that situation. Romance usually isn't for you generally, but you do tend to stick to the queer ones. There's some good queer romances. I am an absolute Alexis Hall apologist. I love everything about their writing, and I pick up every book that they publish. I'm behind on their catalog right now, but I love them. If you have never read any of theirs. Okay, so I've got some cards now, and I'm going to see which ones I got, what the prompts are. Let's see. Hopefully the cards are nicer to me for my last 3-card spread. Let's see. I got the 9 of Pentacles. 9 of Pence. Which is to read a book with a small or isolated cast of characters. Then I got the 4 of Cups. A book that's been sitting on your shelf for TBR for a long time. Or the 6 of Cups, interestingly. I got 4 and 6. Which is a read a childhood favorite or a book that is nostalgic to you. I like that one. And then my alternate for the 4 of Cups, if I wanted to do the swapsies, would be Justice. I've gotten a lot of major arcana. To read a book by a BIPOC, queer, or disabled author, as opposed to one that's been sitting on my shelf or TBR for a long time. And I feel like I could accomplish both in one, but I'm going to go ahead and do the swapsies on that. I'm going to do the swapsies. I don't know what I'm going to be reading either way, but I think that would be more fun for me. Justice. So goodbye, this Cups. And then I think that means that my double point card is to read a childhood favorite book or one that feels nostalgic, which is pretty cool for me, not gonna lie. I have a few of those, a few nostalgic reads in my life, and a few that I've been wanting to reread. This could be a great little end to reread a book. I had a friend once who was on a trip to Rome alone. I was keeping her company through text. One day she was in a bar by herself and asked me to text her the entire time she was there for safety. Yeah. Can you just add the 4 and 6 together and get 10? I mean, what would 10 of cups be? We can't. That's not part of the rules, but I wonder now what the 10 of cups prompt would be. Is that what the universe is actually trying to tell me? 10 of cups. No, cups. Cups is there. Cups. Book featuring found family, belonging, or strong community. That is one of my like bread and butter tropes. I love a found family. My family was like my nuclear family was really weird in a lot of ways. My parents are amazing, but my brothers were less than. Um, and I've had to sort of create my own found family beyond my parents to begin with. So I think I relate really strongly to a found family trope, which was all well and good, even if it was late at night for me. Well, tell me why this girl just stops texting me out of nowhere, won't answer, gave me a heart attack. I don't doubt that. Only to text me in the afternoon the next day saying, sorry, someone hot approached her and took it off from there. Girl, I thought you were dead. Yeah, absolutely. Dead. Dead. Yeah. If you do add 6 and 4 together, though, it is a better prompt for me. Just saying. The strong prompt for me. Yeah, Remy, I would have some words for this friend. I would have some serious words. But you know what? I hope they had a good time. If they were going to give you a heart attack, it should have at least been good. Ten of Cups was one of my draws this month. I read Gate of the Feral Gods because Dungeon Crawler Carl absolutely counts. That is absolutely found family. I mean, the book I'm reading right now is found family, technically. I think at its core, with these 3 teens who are surviving the end of the world, well, the end of their world in World War II. Yeah, it should at least be good. Would be really disappointing if she gave you a heart attack for nothing. Everybody got 10 of Cups this month but me, the fake divination offense. Is this Rosh, Sarah Rosh? The one who wrote Nightmare Before Christmas and Go Luck Yourself, which I read this year for St. Patty's Day. Maybe unpopular opinion, I liked the St. Patty's Day one better than the Christmas one. But it sounds like that one. It's fake divination offense. That feels like Sarah Rosh. Yeah, it is. I got the first book in this series. Steph from Fallen to Steph sent it to me. I think it's the first book in this series. The pinky one, yeah, The Entanglement of Rival Wizards. You'll have to let me know if it was good, Aaron. I liked the other series a lot. It wasn't as good as the first in the series, but it was kind of cute and very found family. Okay, so I'm hearing that the Rival Wizards is stronger though, so the one I have should be a good time for me at least. And I will vibe with the found family in the second one. I mean, I'd say that the holiday series is also very found family. in a lot of ways. Man, now I wish I had drawn the 10. But I'm going to do something sentimental. Which I'm not sure if you watched Agatha all along, but this particular card, considering this is like childhood favorite or sentimentality, this card is for can't remember her name, her character name, but the woman who was being chased by a family curse, and her like section of the witch's road was in the 70s, and she had a vision of her mother at one point. And this card is the vision of her mother. Justice, though, is Agatha's birth scene. Ugh. This deck has been really fun for me because all of the energy is very classic. The art is very classic tarot, but with a very nerdy specificity that I deeply, deeply enjoy. It's like, look at the magician. Look at our sweet boy. My little baby Wiccan. Okay, why do we say we read again for another hour? They're so neat. I really liked this deck. It's very like each of the houses is a different scene. So swords is all that Wizard of Oz tarot scene. Cups is the wine scene. Pentacles is the that weird metal room after the tarot scene. And then wands is the sleepover. The pentacles is kind of the final act of the show in general. And then the arcana, the death card is just so good. And then the love, yeah, I just love this deck. It might be my favorite deck that I have now. I have this one. I have a Loteria themed deck, and then a banned book deck. So if you had gotten a reading from Noelle, there's a high probability that one of the cards that was in your physical mailer was from the banned book deck, because I know I got one from the banned book deck from Noelle. There's an aspect of like warp speed, insta love, lust that felt like it had no purpose. And I wish it hadn't been developed a bit more, but basically two U-Haul Ks U-hauling each other. You know, that's a great description, Erin. I love that. My cat's named Aggie, inspired by Agatha Harkness. I love that. I love that. Spent a number of years with Agatha in my life, but that show did such a good job. I was actually I have a shirt that says Catherine Hahn all along. I was wearing that the other day and got a lot of compliments on it. But Lilu was almost named Wanda for Maximoff. But I love Aggie. That's adorable. Aggie, little Aggie Harkness. She's full of chaos and mischief. Is she also just a little bit evil? Because Agatha's always been just a little bit evil. Even in the comic books, she's always been a little like, I don't trust you, Aggie. It is a fun name. I like it. And that's the first pet I have ever seen named after Agatha. I used to have a friend whose cat was named Agatha as a kitten. Then she learned he was male and he became Agathan. Oh, that's amazing. torties. So yes, obviously. You know, those mutated babies, they're real pretty, but they crazy. Tortoise shells are crazy. Oh goodness. I always know when I get a litter with torties. It's like, oh, we're in for it. We're in for it. Oh, amazing. And a um perfect name for a tortie would be to be named after Agatha. For sure. Oh, fell asleep during the last sprint. Oh no, Sarah. Also, Minnesota? What part of the Midwest are you in? Oh, oh. Because I lived in the Midwest, but I didn't live in an Midwest state. I spent a few years in Ohio, and this was not an Ohio thing, for sure. Yeah, Minnesota. I nailed it. My favorite movie of all time takes place in Minnesota. So I've never been. I want to go. But my favorite movie does take place in Minnesota. Valid. I fell asleep twice, once during Noel's sprints and once during Steph's. Just vanished and woke up once the stream was done. You know, Remy, I've been there. When Sarah from Sarah's Shelves used to sprint every Sunday morning, I got the best nap of the week every time, somewhere in her sprints. We get it. We get it. But we're glad you're back with us, Sarah. We drew some more cards because I think I'm going to finish this book tonight. So I needed to draw another 3-card spread to get to the end of the readathon. So I got the 9 of Pentacles, Justice, and 6 of Cups after I did my swapsies. In my defense, Steph's sprint started at 7 a.m. here. Because you're in, why do I want to say you're in Brazil, Remy? Did I get that right? Or are you on the other side of the world and I'm just deeply confused? For some reason, I think you're in Brazil. Yeah, Brazil. Yeah, because in Deja's sprints, I think that's when I discovered it. Because I had literally just come from a Brazilian steakhouse. And I was like, I just ate my body weight in beef. Surrounded by Brazilians, because all of their wait staff is Brazilian waiters. They're very lovely. I'm gonna go back to bed, but thank you so much for hosting. Of course, thanks for joining us, Sarah. Have a great rest. I hope you enjoyed and you got some good reading done, and now you can go and have a lovely sleep. But yeah, my favorite churrascaria here in town, I think like 80% of their staff are Brazilian immigrants to the US. My dad spent a lot of time traveling to Brazil in his job. So he picked up more Portuguese than my Portuguese mother and I ever learned. And he gets a big old time chatting with them in Portuguese while the 2 Portuguese women in his life just look on like, okay, we know nothing. As my grandfather, who was the first person born in this country, they like immigrated at a time where his parents were very like my great grandparents were very much like assimilate immediately, and they didn't speak Portuguese to him ever, and really didn't speak it in the home after a certain point. So my grandfather never learned Portuguese really, outside of it, a handful of words. So we just never learned. Womp womp. But yeah, Brazil. What time zone are you guys in Brazil? When is Stephanie sprinting at 7 a.m.? Oh, the other Steph. The other Steph. I was thinking of fall into Steph. I was like, she's behind us. Why would she be sprinting at 7 a.m. for you? Because that would be like 5 in the morning for Steph. I was so confused. Other Steph, British Steph. Yes. The Brits are streaming at very early times in the morning, which bully for them because that means that we've got sprints at all times of the day. But usually I can only pop in while I'm working and say hi. You had me so confused for a second, Remy. Okay. I said we were going to sprint again. We're going to do another hour. I'm going to go ahead and set it up. I want to read more of my depressing book. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, your mother's mother was also from Portugal. I love that. Mine was from the Azores specifically. So they built a lot of boats on the island. My mother's mother. My grandma, I somehow forgot I could call her that and didn't get to meet her. But apparently she had a very thick accent. You know, you were just telling me that it was your maternal grandmother. That's fine. That was still a very viable way of telling me that information. I'm not judging it at all. Yeah, I never got to meet my great-grandparents, but I did know my grandpa. He passed when I was 11. But I'm sorry you never got to meet her. Okay, we're gonna sprint. We're gonna have some more of the Agatha deck up behind us, and I will see you guys in an hour. guys. I've been crying. I've only got an hour left of this audiobook. Um, Success. It definitely made me emotional. And now there's a twist. There's a big twist that's happening right now that just adds more confusion into where I would shelve this book, depending on how this works out. I'm not sure what I would classify this book as at this point. But the cover, the accurate cover, the like main cover makes so much more sense now. And the cover from that Kindle version makes 0 sense now. If that is at all interesting to anyone. Anyway, how was your sprint? I hope that you enjoyed. Tell me how much you got read if you are still here with us. Oof. This book got me, guys. This book got me. I'm gonna really end these sprints strong, like not these sprints, this readathon strong. Because Womb City, Abyss, Palaces of Crows, 3 incredible reads so far. Whew, whew. And I think I figured out what I'm going to read for my nostalgic read. A couple of years ago, like during the pandemic, I was rereading a bunch of Michael Crichton books. And I reread Jurassic Park, but I did not reread Lost World at that point. So I think I might read Lost World or Sphere. I think I'm going to read a not Stephen King. Oh my gosh, Michael Crichton. I'm going to read a Michael Crichton. Like either Eaters of the Dead or Sphere or The Lost World. That's what I'm thinking of right now. But yeah, Palaces of Crows is very interesting. Very, very interesting. You'd met your dad's mom, but your mom's dad. That's interesting. I was very fortunate to have met all of my grandparents, and all but one of my aunts and uncles, of which there were 14. Yeah, 14 aunts and uncles. But yeah, love the Azores, such beautiful islands, good food and gorgeous people. It is on my bucket list to go. I so desperately want to go and visit the Azores and Portugal, but definitely the Azores. A bunch of my aunts and cousins of like a gaggle of the family went over a couple of years ago, but they went in a period of time where the ferry didn't go to the island that our family came from, so they just didn't go. Why would you go all the way to the Azores and not go to the island our family came from? Our great grandfather's house is apparently now a pizza place. So you could go to the place where we, like, literally, you could go into the house we came from without any like weirdness or rigmarole. You could just go and visit the place that our family came from. And they went at a period of time and just didn't. They just didn't. I'm deeply confused by it. I don't understand what that trip was about at that point to not go to that house on St. George. I'm still here. I'm proud of Eugene. We're here. It's late. We're doing good. How is your book? Added it to my TBR. There's no better rec than Genuine Tears. It has me in my feels, and I get why she had to step out of the booth at a point while she was reading it. And I can kind of hear it in her voice where she's having a hard time. This is such an interesting book, because I wasn't sure if I was gonna pick it up. That's why I reached out to Eunice. I was like, "Hey, new Ray Naylor, yay or nay? I can't make sense of what this is gonna be about. It seems so different from his other stuff." And she was like, "No, please, please read it." I wish more people were talking about this book. So I'm about to be real obnoxious about this book. So I'm officially less than 100 pages from finishing the book in basically a single sitting. Currently on 278. You are in the flow state Aaron, there's something magical about the sprint tonight because I too am about to finish this book in one sitting. I started it tonight with you guys, and there's no reason I should have read it in one sitting. So I think time is being a little funny for us right now so that we can get more in. I finished and they were roommates. It was cute, but I was hoping for heartbreaking. You were hoping for a heartbreaking. Well, do I have the book for you? But no, I wouldn't imagine a YA romance to be too heartbreaking. 71% Remy. We are doing good. Look at you. Oh, Jean. That's a good idea. Jean. Coming in hot. Oh, I loved the Martian Chronicles. It's such a weird journey. The thing is I don't think I have a copy of the Martian Chronicles anymore. I'll have to go. Oh, darn. I'll have to go to my friend's bookstore tomorrow and go buy a book. Oh, darn. I met 3 of my grandparents, but only remember 2. My grandfather, 2 of my grandfathers were both youngish. My mom's dad died 8 years before I was born, and my dad's dad died when I was 4. So you only have pictures of him. Yeah. I technically met all of my aunts and uncles, but one of them died when I was 1 year old. So like I have a couple of pictures of me with him, but I obviously have 0 memory of him. But my dad's one of 10 kids and my mom's one of 6. So there's a bunch of us. Yeah, I don't remember him. Yeah. I'm very grateful to have had a chance to really spend time with all of my grandparents. They were very interesting people with very different lives from my own. And I was named after my dad's mother and his sister. But thankfully, they took pity on me because she was very Appalachian, and her name was Betha. So they named me Elizabeth instead. Also, we've got company. She's been hanging out here while I've been crying. She knew I needed some love from the old lady. The good girl. I don't want to pick her up because she's comfy right now. And if I pick her up, she'll just leave me after. But this is the Lilu Dallas multipass. My sweet little old lady. Yeah. Oh. Also, I am not responsible for the emotional devastation that you feel while reading this book if you do decide to pick it up. Oh, I hear Ohan also activating over there. Moving about a little bit. Oh, I never took off the banner. Womp, womp, womp. Oh. Yeah, Martian Chronicles is also a really good call, Jean. I really loved that book as a kid, but I haven't read it since probably freshman year of high school, I want to say. I wonder if what I can fit in. That was a pretty short little guy. My grandfather that I was before gave me his initials and named me after his sister and my mom's aunt. That's sweet. I love that. My mother's middle name is Jane, actually. As is my best friend's. One of my best friend's middle names is Jean. What's really funny is my mother's name is Donna Jean. And then at one point I worked for a woman whose name was also Donna Jean, and they were both from Boston. So it must have just been really popular at the time. But you're much younger than my mother, Jean. Much, much younger. Technically, I have an extra grandma. She was my aunt's by marriage mom. I loved her, but I never met any of my great-grandparents. I met all of my aunts and uncles, though. We've lost a few since, yeah. We've lost many of them since. On my dad's side, there's only 4 of them left. 4 out of 10. We have all but 1 on my mom's side left. But there's her her sister's mother-in-law became a like surrogate grandmother to all of us. She was our bupchi because she my aunt married into a Polish family, and his mother was just like, "You're all mine. I'm gonna feed you and take care of you whenever we were around." I love this is why I love found family. Is bonus family is just as important as biological family. The people that choose to care about you just because have just as much value. And sometimes I think even more. They don't have to love you, but they choose to. Probably read the Martian Chronicles in 1986. Your name was the height of popularity was in the 1920s. Yeah, I could see that. Candle made a funny noise, guys. The campfire's crackling. What is it, Lilu? Oh, are you done? Are you done, baby girl? Yeah. Sorry. Mine is ancient, my name. So I feel ya. Also, I definitely read it later than that. It was probably like 1998. I was dead named after a random girl my mom played poker with once in a poker competition. She just liked the name and stole it, you know? How people choose names for their children is very funny to me because sometimes it has all of this intense meaning, and sometimes it's like, I knew a girl once in the 3rd grade who had that name, and I just thought it was neat. It's interesting. But you know what? The benefit is you get to choose your own name. So if you get to decide that that is your dead name and that you're moving on to something else. So I think that's pretty brilliant. My best friend's mom called to give me a confidence boost just now. That's nice. The candle's still scary. The candle continues to be scary. This is my 3rd of this candle, and none of the other candles were scary. I think that, like, it's scarier on film than it is in real life, though. I'm Aaron because my dad's side of the family is Irish, and they were not creative. We're also very Irish. My mom is half Portuguese, half Irish. My dad's family is all Irish, Scottish. They got into the hills of Tennessee and they didn't move again. So my dad, when we did his DNA test, was 100% European, just split between Irish and Scottish. But my nana like had some interesting naming. It was like my mother's name, Donna, is very Spanish. My nana's mother was Letitia Veronica, even though she was like 100% Irish. She had this very Spanish name. I was almost named after her. But my mother didn't like what her grandmother's nickname was. So that's how I ended up being. And she wanted me named after somebody who was alive. But yeah, Aaron's a classic. Aaron's tried and true. Aaron is as Irish as a lovely sweater, you know? It's as Irish as St. Patty's. When I started going by Remy, she tried to tell me, "Oh, but your OG name is so meaningful." Mom, you stole it from a poker player. What meaning? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I wasn't putting 2 and 2 together. It's after midnight and I'm doing my best. Yes, your best friend's mom just called to give you a confidence boost. Found family is so important. I'm about to go out to lunch. So my best friend, her mother, and I all have birthdays very close together. And so we always do an anniversary lunch where we just all get together and celebrate each other. Family is very important. Yep, literally means Ireland. It's very, very Irish. no matter how you spell it. I loved though, like our family is half Irish and half Portuguese. And in college, I did Irish step dancing and I did it competitively for a little while. And one of my mom's sisters, with all seriousness, looked me in my eyes and said, "Well, why did you get into that? We don't really have that much connection to it. You do know we're Irish, right?" It was news to her. She's special. She's a special lady. It's news to her that her very Irish mother, her Irish mother, whose father sang in an Irish band until he passed. Nana loved talking about her father. So yeah, it was just very, very interesting, shocking to me. It's like, does nobody talk about our background at all? I'm not sure if some of the made up names are going to last an age like Nevea. They're interesting, and I've seen a swing because I do work in direct services, and we work with a lot of kids. I don't work directly with them, but we do work with a lot of kids, and we're starting to see kind of a swing into really traditional names right now. But the Absidies and the Neveas, they are here to stay because they are part of us. And there's a lot of reason why there is a push and a desire for unique naming. That is definitely not necessarily culturally significant outside of certain communities. And while I may not understand it from my own lived experience and perspective, I cannot discount what somebody else's lived experience is. So, there's some conversation around, uh, you know, the la names that have come out of Creole tradition. And there's just there's a lot around names, and there's a lot of meaning in names and a lot of weight in names. In a lot of different traditions, there is a power in names. So who knows what sorts of protective magics parents are trying to put into their children's lives. Who knows what they're trying I mean, that's for them to know. So I try not to question it too much. I'm mostly Italian and Portuguese, the usual suspects in Brazil. Yeah. My family in Boston, Irish and Portuguese, those are pretty big immigrant communities in Boston area in New England where they were building ships. What surprised me is I had to go on a work trip to Hawaii because we were opening up an office out there, and I hadn't realized that there was a very large Azorean population that had moved to Hawaii. Really surprised me. I got there, and it was like there was just linguiça as far as the eye could see. I hadn't seen that much linguiça on menus probably ever in my life living in Texas, in Ohio and DC. So it was really surprising. And then one of the lobbyists that we were working with um, his family had come from the Azores and had basically said that there were these two big immigration paths out of the Azores specifically into Boston and into Hawaii. And there was a small population of folks who kind of just stopped over in California, and didn't make it all the way out to Hawaii. So there's like these three little pockets of Azorean immigration paths, which I was not at all anticipating. But boy, howdy, did I eat so much linguiça when I was in Hawaii. I was like, I never get access to this much linguiça. Ah, yeah. I had a friend who named her baby, though. She was in labor and had to be evacuated because of Hurricane Ike. And sweet, sweet girl. She named that little girl IKEA. after the hurricane, and we were like, no, but that's a retail establishment, friend. And the birth certificate had already been signed. I think she's later in life changed her daughter's name, like before her daughter went to school. But yeah, that one was the one that I was like, I don't know what you're doing there, friend. And I don't here's the thing, I don't think she even knew about the store yet. We only had like 2 in Texas. I don't know if she'd ever been to one. I think she just thought she had feminized Ike and she was paying tribute to almost giving birth in a hurricane. I don't know. I would not have gone there. And then there are some people who like don't think through the like full name situation. Like my college boyfriend, his older brother and his wife were having a baby. It was like their 3rd kid, and he told me that they were going to name their daughter Sarah Lee, which, haha, Sarah Lee, get a cake from the freezer section. That wasn't my problem. Their last name was King. So she was going to be Sarah Leaking. She was going to be leaking. And I was like, you can't do that to a child. She cannot be leaking. And the like day comes, the baby's being born. We go to go meet her in the hospital, and his brother's real excited to be like, hey, we listened. Like, we heard you. Like, there was definitely like she could get teased with the name we were thinking of. So we've changed it, and they named her Karina Lee King. So they didn't fix the actual problem. She's still leaking. Why would you make your child leak? She's leaking. Why would you do that? They were dumb people anyway. I shouldn't have dated him for as long as I did. But we're all kind of dumb in college, right? But yeah, she's leaking. She's still leaking. At least she's not a leaky cake, but she's still leaky. I don't understand how parents like don't think through at least that part of it. That one broke me. But I think between he and his wife, they had exactly 3 brain cells to try to rub together. In the late 90s, my friend named her daughter the French word for eggplant, aubergine, which I can't remember how to spell right now. Yeah, that's fair. It's a weird word. I did know 2 women named Mignon, which means like cute in French or like little. I think mignon meaning. Yeah, cute. It's like small, cute and dainty. Um, but in America, it means steak. Like, I get that it's like it's a little cute fillet. It's a filet mignon. But in the US, it definitely doesn't mean cute, it means steak. In most people's minds, you're like, oh, that woman's named after steak. In Brazil, the problems usually isn't made up names, it's foreign names with bad spelling. I once had an Uber driver named Washington. Wow, that's impressive. That's impressive. I'm honestly, I'm not mad at that. That's an interesting attempt. I like it. You lost touch with that friend. The eggplant baby. You lost touch with the eggplant baby. Washington. Yeah, that one's fun. I like that. I'm not mad at that. Okay, guys. I kind of want to finish my book tonight. Is anybody interested in another sprint before we give up? Because if not, I'll go ahead and call it and say goodbye and just read on my own. But if you're down for another sprint, I'll put another hour on the clock. And we'll have another hour of rainy tarot cards. You should definitely go to bed. It's 1:30. Yeah. It's only 12:30 here. My Canadian geography is so bad that I was like, where exactly is Jean above me? I know she's up there somewhere, but I don't know where Jean is above me. All I know is on the East Coast we have Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, and on the West Coast we got British Columbia, where all the shows are filmed that are supposed to be in the US but are actually filmed in Canada, like Stargate, X-Files, Twin Peaks, Supernatural. It's all happening over there above Seattle. In early California, so hanging out. Could do another sprint. Probably won't go to sleep now anyway, even though it's 2:36. Oh, friend. Remy, I'm gonna finish watching Voicemails from Isabel. I've never even heard of this. Voicemails from Isabel. In Ontario. Okay, okay. Oh, that's fun. Or was it weird seeing so many butts in familiar nostalgic places? I don't know. Could go either way. Oh, I actually canceled my Netflix subscription for a little while. I hadn't turned it on for anything in a minute. So I was like, well, I'll just cancel it until something pops up that I want to watch. But I'll have to check it out, see what it is. The last thing I watched on Netflix was Culinary Class War, which was a Korean cooking contest that's on crack. It's wild. There's like 100 chefs enter. One chef leaves. It's the most intense cooking show I think I've ever or competition I think I've ever seen. Okay, so we're gonna do another hour because that's how much time I have left in my audiobook. We will have read a whole book together. I really think we're in some sort of time warp tonight because why? Why have we been able to read a whole book together? That never happens. Okay. I will see whoever is able to stay on the other side of this. But if you are going to bed, please have a great evening. I hope you rest well and that the rest of your weekend is full of something joyous. Okay, that destroyed me. I'm not sure if anybody saw, but I was sobbing at one point in that book. Brilliant. Brilliant. If you enjoy found family, if you like stories that feature animals and animal intelligence, the crow community was really interesting. The kids, the teenagers who take care of you. Oh, guys, that killed me. The palaces of the crow. I can see why she had to step out of the booth for that one, while she was narrating it. Not sci-fi, this is definitely historical fiction with, like, a little bit of speculative fiction, like a little, like a dash of speculative fiction, like the, teeniest bit. If anybody reads this, please tell me. This this book is not getting enough hype, and I need to formulate my actual thoughts and, like, put up an Instagram reel or something. Because oh boy. Oh, I don't know what to do with this one. Also, as you can see, I was joined by the girl, during that sprint. Um, okay, let's see where we're at. How did you guys do? Did you guys get some reading done? Please tell me in the comments as I pull myself together as a human. It was weird seeing Dundurn Castle cast as Russia. This was built in the War of 1812. I was wondering where that was filmed. It was really pretty. You only have 20 pages to go of your book. Erin, you hit the best flow state tonight. We did it. You got 20 pages, and then we will have both read whole books tonight. We did it. I'm excited to read it one day then. Yeah, this was oh bye baby. There went the Lilu. Uh this was really good. This is really good. I hope you enjoy. I really, really liked the audio, and to just have sat here with not a whole lot else going on and just listening to the audio was very unlike me. But this is also my plug for anything Uniswong. But wow, I hope you enjoy it, Jean. Um, Basically the whole time of this book I've been learning to let people take care of you and to care about you. Oh, the star. Why did I just lose the name? Why did I just lose the name of this book? Star Searcher? Star Spreading the news. Starship. Oh my gosh, Elizabeth. To be fair, so is Palaces of Crows to a degree. The Palaces of the Crow. But yeah, 13 minutes left of the movie. So we've got caretaking, romance, we got a teeny bit of movie. Got 80%, read 49 pages, only a little over 100 left. You are rocking it, Remy. You got so much ground covered. Anytime they were running outside, it was Dundurn. Huh. Yes, Starship. I figured it out eventually. I'm doing my best here. I'm so messy right now. I couldn't go blow my nose because Lily was in my lap. I wasn't gonna move her for anything. It's also the grounds of Dundurn Castle at night for the big cruising location. Oh, is a big cruising location. That makes sense. I was like, what? When did they go cruising? And heated rivalries. I don't remember that. Clearly, it is late for my brain right now. But also the candle seems to be slightly less crazy now. As I say that, it flares up, but it does seem to be behaving itself more now that it's not right at the top of the glass anymore. Oh, man, my last 3 books have just slapped with Womb City, Abyss, and the Palaces of the Crow. Tarot Readathon really has given me everything that I needed for my reading journey this month. I'm really glad I was able to catch the stream. I'll be able to finish this tomorrow. I was worried I wouldn't be able to finish in time for the end of the month. I believe in you, Remy. You could easily finish this tomorrow. This would be like 2 hours of reading for another sprint. And we do have Lexi. Why did I just blank on this? Because I'm so thrown off. So thrown off by crying at Alexis. I don't know why I tried to abbreviate her to Lexi. Alexis is sprinting starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So for you, Remy, that would be 10 a.m. I think, if that's how time zones work. At 1:30 in the morning. I'm not sure if I quite remember, but you will definitely be able to finish this book before the end of the month. Maybe an extra one. Yes. Pick up something short. No extra dungeon crawlers. That won't be helpful for the readathon. The cards are so powerful. That's why I wanted to know if anybody else got a Noelle reading, because the cards do be powerful. She'd be telling us some stuff. Oh, by the way, for the dungeon crawler people, my friend's bookstore, they had some special swag for people who pre-ordered the new book. And look at him with his little sparkly toes. And Donut is the right cat. Donut is a tortie. I'm really sad whenever, and they did a cute little like ranking thing on the back. But I get really sad when they give us the wrong Donut, because Donut is a tortie, very specifically. We were doing some work tonight. Yes, we were. We did it, guys. Somehow at the end of a readathon, I do end up crying on a stream in the middle of the night. This happened like 2 years ago. Like I wasn't a host for the Reindeer Readathon, but while I was participating in the Reindeer Readathon, I did do a sprint. And got so locked into the book that I was reading that I read 500 pages of this 600-page book in one sitting and was just sobbing at 3 a.m. So this might just be a tradition on my channel where I cry in the last couple of days of a readathon live on camera. Oops, sorry. I don't know how this became my legacy. Yeah, isn't he cute? I just love the donut. The same artist who's here local. This is a local artist to me. She also did a donut sticker where it says "I am yelling Carl," and a Mungo is appalled sticker. I want her to do a Zev, but I already have a really great Zev sticker on my like big bookish Awala, because I have an Awala that's just for book things. Yeah, you 2 of them. That's good. They just keep getting bigger and better and bigger and bigger and sadder. But I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. Yeah, there's tears on my channel. I'm a Cancer. I'm gonna cry. I'm definitely a Cancer. Yes, you should read Dungeon Crawler Carl. The audiobooks are Audible exclusives, which is one of the reasons why I've never listened to them. But all the people I know who have listened to them adore them. So I just try not to give Amazon any money I don't have to. I say that, but I do still give them money, but there's something about Audible, it's a bridge too far for me. Okay. Well, this has been amazing. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm so glad that we were all just in a really productive headspace and we got so much accomplished. Thank you for joining tonight. Thank you for joining the Tarot Readathon, and we'll see you in the next one. Okay. Night, guys.